Okay. Up. I hope my air conditioner is not hearable. Okay. Up. I need to look into Rust today. I have nothing to do, so I'm going to look into Rust. Alors, for a new Rust backend, I would usually pick Axum. Not because Actix Web is bad, Actix Web is mature fast, but Axum is more future-proof for most new projects because it is built directly around the modern Rust async ecosystem. Tokyo Hyper Tower. Its middleware model uses total service, which means middleware can be shared with Hyper, including RPC and other tower-based services instead of being locked into one framework. So now I want to know what is Hyper. Alors. Tokyo Tower Hyper. Tower, generic services plus middleware. Hyper, HTTP implementation. Tokyo, async runtime, tasks, networking, timers. OS sockets, people, KQ, IOCP, or even simpler. So Tokyo is the async runtime. Tower, what is Tower? The middleware? Async engine, Hyper, HTTP engine, Tower, middleware, service abstraction. Axum matters here because it is basically the friendly web framework layer that exposes this stack is in a usable way. What Tokyo is, Tokyo is the async runtime for Rust. Rust has async fn and await, but the language itself does not automatically run async tasks. Ah. It's like async IO for Python, I guess. An async function produces a future. Something needs to repeatedly poll that future, wake it when IO is ready, schedule it, and let it make progress. That something is the runtime. Wake it when IO is ready. Schedule it and let it make progress. That something is the runtime. Tokyo is the dominant runtime for network server Rust. Yeah, I mean, I remember the Primogen talking about Tokyo all the time. Its official docs describe it as a synchronous runtime, providing async IO, networking, scheduling timers, and related media blocks. Tokyo gives you either Tokyo or another runtime. This is just a future. It does not magically execute. I mean, yeah. Uh-huh. Uh, okay, Google, shut down the TV. What Tokyo provides? Tokyo should use seven major pieces, a task scheduler. Tokyo can run many lightweight async tasks in a small number of OS threads. Tokyo's docs describe tasks as lightweight, non-blocking units of execution managed by the Tokyo runtime rather than by the OS scheduler. They are cooperatively scheduled, meaning they run until they yield, usually at await points. Until they yield. Tokyo spawn, I think the background work. Oh wait, this is conceptually similar to spawning a Go routine in Go, but in restart type to type 2. Sure. Thousands of Tokyo tasks can run on a few actual threads. Oh. It is conceptually similar to spawning a Go routine. Yeah, because I've heard that Go is very big on concurrency and stuff. And async, I guess. Go routine. And this is native. Like the Go routine is native to Go. But in Rust style, typed explicit and tied to futures. Why is there something that flickers here in the chat? Okay. Async networking. Tokyo gives you async versions of networking primitives. Tokyo Net TCP listener. Tokyo Net TCP stream. Tokyo Net UDP socket. These are non-blocking. When a socket is not ready, the task yields instead of blocking the whole thread. This is the foundation. There should be servers, socket servers, release clients, database drivers. Async timers. Tokyo gives you things like the foundation. So are all these other tools in Rust using Tokyo for the async? Okay. Async timers. Tokyo gives you things like Tokyo time sleep timeout interval. Yeah, I remember using that in Python. Use std time duration. Tokyo time sleep duration from second away. It does not block a thread for 1 second. It registers a timer, yields, and let the runtime run other tasks. Sleep duration 1. It sleeps for 1 second. Dot await. Tokyo also provides async-aware synchronization primitives. Channel matrices, barriers, broadcast channels, watch channels, official docs. This one shot MPSC watch broadcast async text and barrier among its synchronization tools. Tokyo Sync MPSC, Tokyo Sync one shot, Tokyo Sync broadcast, Tokyo Sync. But Tokyo is not a web framework. It does not give you routing, JSON instruction, request handlers, middleware stacks, or HTTP semantics. You can build a TCP server directly with Tokyo. But if you want HTTP, you normally add Hyper or a framework such as Axiom, Actix Web, Warp. The Tokyo mental model. Ah oui. No, that's something else. Actix Web, most future-proof Axiom. Yeah, Axiom, huh? Axiom, Axiom, Axiom. They all tell me Axiom. It's just that I hope, because I remember ChatGPT from like 2 years ago telling me that, oh yeah, Flask is the best. But no, actually, FastAPI was way better. Well, at the same time, Flask also offered server-side rendering, and FastAPI doesn't. But at the time, I didn't know if I would have needed server-side rendering. So, okay. Axiom. Final recommendation. Maximum compatibility with modern Rust libraries. The clean type safe developer experience is standard choice for most new services. Edge case service, like a real-time data ingestion pipeline, or ad server, where every CPU cycle is scrutinized and you need deterministic tail latencies under extreme hardware saturation. Okay. Yeah, so okay, if I'm like a high frequency hedge fund or whatever, I guess I will use Actix Web, but for my use case, Axiom is fine, I guess. Type safe, clean, standard choice. Okay. Middleware written for the broader Rust network ecosystem works natively with Axiom. The broader Rust network ecosystem. As the core async language features and the Tokyo ecosystem evolve, Axiom is structurally positioned to evolve alongside them without fracturing. Maybe I also need an overview about like what does the Rust like crates, runtimes, whatever things like tooling landscape is, because I don't know. I just don't know yet. I mean, I remember looking into Actix Web a few months ago, that's all. I know about Tokyo, but the rest I don't know. The task says I can't continue until the socket is ready. Let data socket read, await. Ah. In sync blocking code, let data dot read data. Thread waits here. The OS thread sits there doing nothing until data arrives. In async Tokyo code, data socket dot read dot await. The task says I can't continue until the socket is ready. Then Tokyo then runs all the task on that thread. When the socket becomes ready, Tokyo wakes the task. Okay, so Tokyo is especially good for web servers, API servers, proxies, WebSocket, database heavy apps, network daemons, queues, workers, many concurrent connections. Tokyo is not automatically good for CPU heavy work. If you do long CPU loops inside async task without yielding, you can starve other tasks. For CPU bound work, use dedicated threads, Rayon, worker pools, or Tokyo task spawn blocking. Spawn blocking. Interesting. Okay, so if I use Tokyo, I should be aware of the CPU heavy work that I should be careful around, I guess. Okay. Hello, Gotsaro, how are you? Yeah, I'm good, and you? I'm reading about Rust and the Rust infrastructure like tooling ecosystem, I guess, because I don't know and I want to know now. Because I think my next backend, I will probably try to have a Rust backend actually instead of Fast API. So I need to look into what it means to have a Rust backend. Oh yeah, and yesterday I got my my co-founding date with my good friend. So we confirmed that we are going to start a startup officially. She has given her like resignation yesterday. I mean, she has started the resignation process. And it will probably take like a month. So basically we have a month to, try to think about what we're actually going to investigate and, start hitting people up and, getting to know, getting to ship something, to create something for useful for people. So it will be in July. In July, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so we're going to do this. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. She's like the one friend that, I was like, if I have one person that I wish I could do a startup with, it was her, So now it's happening, so I'm very happy. Because it's way better to do a startup with somebody you know compared to somebody you don't know, because somebody you don't know, well, you don't know the person, so you're not sure if, and you have much less experience about, arguing, debating, solving, brainstorming. So yeah, it's just, contrary to what people say often, you often hear, don't mix friendship and business or whatever. This is false. I mean, especially for a startup, this is very false. You should mix friendship with business because it's way better to actually do something, especially something as hard as a startup where you need to do a lot of work and you need to spend a lot of time with someone. It's actually way better to know that you get along with the person before, you know. It's actually just better, compared to a stranger that you just know after a few coffees or whatever, that you've just seen twice, or a few times, you know. And I think, like, the she's tech profile. Yes, yes, yes. She's not a software developer, but she's very into tech. She actually worked for a startup in Singapore for 5 years as a product manager, designer. She also hired people, so she has actually a lot of startup experience. I am more of the techie, so I will do all the tech stuff, Uh, but she uses Cursor, she makes apps, or two. So yeah, she might not have the technical granularity that uh, uh, as much as me, but she's actually a pretty, and she's curious, she's open, she's motivated. Like, for a startup, that's all you need, at the end of the day. Be willing to learn, and you know be motivated. You have a name for the startup? No, we will find a name at some point. But the name, I guess, is one of the least important aspects. So we will find one. It will come from naturally, organically, I guess. We will find something. No, the most essential aspects of the startup is to actually, make sure that we create something that people want, as the YC motto goes. We need to make something useful for people, and we need to not indulge into, what most, what a lot of startup end up failing at, which is, you have an idea and you think, wow, this is such a great idea. Then you work for 6 months on the idea without getting any outside feedback or whatever, and then you ship the idea. A little bit of what I did, I guess, for my first app, but at the same time I was learning, so it was, also a learning experiment. But I did not. I tried to make it. It was, yeah, but here, I guess that's something, like, that's very something that I don't want we need to be careful about this, because it's too easy, to have an ego trip, and to just, go and, you know, just listen to yourself a bit too much, not listen to the actual real world people that interact with the real, that actually the potential customers, whether it's B2B or B2C. It's too easy to do something for you and not for others, in a way. That's what we should be careful about. That's what every startup needs to be careful about. And this is why also the original idea, for example, that we might start with, is not very important also, because you know it's just that, like, the one thing that the guys at YC in their videos say a lot is that usually what happens at startup is that they start with an idea, they go for it, then they go see the market, and when they talk to the actual people in the market, they realize that their idea is not that good, for lots of reasons. And then they just change, they, do a little pivot to align themselves with what can actually be useful for people, and then it works, And if startups fail to do that, usually they die. Because unfortunately, if the startup work is just about like the founders, ego driven abstract ideas about how the world should do instead of what the world actually wants, usually it goes bad. So we just need to make sure that we do this. But in a way it's great, because I think this is also like this is an exercise in humility. Like, we know that we know nothing. We need to approach this in the with the humility of thinking that we know nothing, and that we should listen to the real humans that we are trying to help, and see what their pain points are, see what they want. Maybe sometimes they don't know what they want, but at least we can listen to their pain points, and usually it's better. So I have to go have cinema tonight. Okay, yeah. You told me. Have a good cinema, Gonzalo. See you. Okay. Hyper. What is Hyper? Hyper is a low-level HTTP library for Rust. A low level? Okay. Yeah, bye-bye. Bye-bye, Gonzalo. It implements the HTTP protocol, parsing requests, formatting responses, and in connections, supporting HTTP 1.2 client server, and async requests. Respond bodies Hyper's docs describe it as a lower level HTTP library intended as a building block for libraries and application, not necessarily as the most convenient high-level client or framework. Hello, thank you for the follow, Anedonia. How are you? Hi, Nat, how are you? Hi, Moonshare. Hello. How are you, Nat? I'm looking to Rust. Oh. I forgot. Need to keep my mouse here. I'm good. Better now, looking to your eyes. Really? Do you want to look at my eyes? Do you like looking into my eyes? Hmm? Anidonia, I'm doing all right. Thank you. Very nice. Do you code, Anidonia? Do you like Rust? Do you know Rust? Sorry, it's for Nat. Do you like to see my eyes? And months. What? What do you mean months? Months? Mouth. Mouth. Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah, mouth. Yes. Yes. Very nice mouth. Mm. Yes. Oop. Your only problem is your mouth. What? What's my mouth nice? Look. It's very far from mine. Whoa! Damn that! What the hell? What the hell, Nat? What's going on, Nat? What's going on, Nat? Wow. What happened? Did you turn gay this weekend? Like, damn. What's happening? Where is the match? It's not the real Nat. It's not the real Nat. What have you done to the real macho Nat, sir? I know it's not the real Nat talking here. Don't insult me, bitch. Damn. What's going on, Nat? I'm just showing to you how to get a chick. Ah, I see, I see. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. I will soon apply your advice for sure. I just got back into coding. I'm still a beginner. Ah, very nice. Very nice. With what language did you start coding? I mean, did you went back to coding now, Anidunia? You're welcome. You're welcome. I fixed my PC. Ah, finally. So it was the power supply that. So it's good now. It was the power. It was the power supply. The rest of the PC didn't was not destroyed. But my network adapter burns. Burns. Oh my god, it's Jason Burns. I'm waiting for my Wi-Fi adapter. Ah, damn! That lightning strike destroyed your power supply and your Wi-Fi on the motherboard, or is it something external that you are plugging in or something? Like burned. I don't know how to say it in English. Yeah, like yeah, burned. Yeah, I mean burned. Yeah, it was electrocuted, you know. Right now it's TypeScript. Okay, very nice. I'm working on making a website for my dad's business. Ah, very nice. What framework are you using, Anidonia, with TypeScript? Or maybe you're not using a framework, which is so fine if your website is simple enough, you know. I guess for the, you know, yeah. Especially if you're a beginner, maybe not the framework might be better. I use Svelte. I'm a Svelter. And I don't know how to use React. I never learned React. I only learned Svelte. So I'm a Svelter, you know, for the front end. And it's pretty cool. Not Wi-Fi, the Ethernet on the motherboard. Okay. Okay. Ah, it's only the Ethernet that like got destroyed. The Wi-Fi is fine then, right? No framework, just TypeScript, CSS, and HTML. This is perfectly fine. Don't know about the backend yet. Okay, cool. I mean, you know, TypeScript, CSS, HTML, as God intended, you know? Like it's the, you know, like especially for like a small website that's not that complex, that doesn't have like, you know, heavy data wrangling and you know, lots of stuff happening on page. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or TypeScript is perfectly fine. It might be actually better for you to learn, you know, because even, you know, like the funny stuff is that even with, for example, with Svelte or with well, I only know Svelte, so it's only, but you know, even with other frameworks, usually at some point, even if you use all the frameworks like bells and whistles and features, at some point you will go back to plain CSS and plain, you know, HTML, JavaScript, TypeScript. So, you know, it's always good. It's a good way to start. Yeah. And I have actually my own blog, for example, is just JavaScript, CSS, HTML. You know, just because I didn't feel like you know, adding the whole the entire Svelte like apparatus, because the front end frameworks can be quite heavy to like the front end framework, like scaffolding that you need to do for even a small website. It can be sometimes way overkill. So yeah, like it's totally fine. I don't have Wi-Fi. It's a Xeon, dude. I don't have Wi-Fi. Yeah, okay. It's yeah, it's these kinds of motherboards. Can you not add Wi-Fi like as a plugin thing? No, you can't add that because like I mean maybe you have a special motherboard, I guess, right? But I know that, for example, on my PC, I had to add like a Wi-Fi antenna plug into like a specific port of my motherboard to actually enable the Wi-Fi. Otherwise, I couldn't. Can't you do something like this with your motherboard, Nat? Or is it just like fully incompatible because this is servers things? I like your name, and Anne. It's so representative of me. For me, really, what does it mean? Yeah, that's how I've been thinking about it too. Thanks, Nat. Yeah, I bought today. I will put in the it's the PCIe, but I bought a USB. Okay, okay. I didn't know it could work with USB. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, because like I also was surprised when I boot up my PC for the first time. I was like, wait, I'm not actually like capturing the Wi-Fi signal. Like, what's going on? And then I looked into the manual, and I was, I discovered, because of course I always use the laptops, so I didn't know that in desktop PCs you actually have to have an actual like Wi-Fi antenna. I always thought it was included, on the motherboard, but no, I actually had to like, find it on the motherboard box, and then I was like, and then I had to put. So now I have like the little antenna outside, of the case, like attached to my desk, and now I have Wi-Fi. But anedonia, which means anedony in English. Really? What does anedony means? Bonne nuit. Anédonie. What is this? Anédonie. Anédonie. Attends, English. Anhedonia is a diverse array of deficits in hedonic function, including reduced motivation or ability to experience pleasure. While earlier definitions emphasize the inability to experience pleasure, anhedonia is currently used by researchers to refer to reduced motivation, reduced anticipatory pleasure, wanting, reduced consummatory pleasure, liking, and deficits in reinforcement learning in a diagnostic and statistical manual for mental disorders. Anhedonia is a component of depressive disorders, substance-related disorders, psychotic disorders, and personality disorder, which is defined by either a reduced ability to experience pleasure or a diminished interest in engaging in previously pleasurable activity. Do you have that, Nat? And anhedonia, do you have that too? So this is like a part of the depressive symptoms, I guess. It's one of the symptoms of depression. Is it? Anhedonia in English too. Curious. Yeah. Particular that's the weird part to me. Particularly from previously enjoyable activities. Why particularly? Why not all activities? Why particularly like Is it because that's how you notice, I guess, right? That's how you notice that you have anhedonia, is that previously you enjoyed to do something, then you try it again when you are in the, I guess, in a depressive state, and then you're like, oh, I don't like it anymore. Is that how it works? Therefore, I have anhedonia. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, but I've been getting better and getting motivated to do things like coding again. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Which is very nice. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good luck. Yeah. Very cool. What was I doing? Ah, yes, I was reading this. Yeah. Me, I've been trying to learn. I mean, I've been trying. No, a few days ago, I had the realization that Rust is actually pretty cool, especially for anything that involves, you know, not the web, basically, because, in the web, you need to use JavaScript, voilà, HTML, CSS for the front end. But even though nowadays, I guess, some WASM frameworks, blah, 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 bon, but they're not there yet. But for like for example, for the backend, I'm trying to get into Rust to maybe ship a backend in Rust, because right now I know how to do a backend in Python with FastAPI, but I had the realization that since everything is being rewritten in Rust lately, I guess it is my philosophical duty to learn Rust and to code in Rust from the get-go, you know? Because in the greater scheme of things, it will avoid me from spending time rewriting things to Rust, which is the end state of the universe, Everything will eventually be rewritten in Rust. So why not ship things in Rust from the start, Hello, Taras, how are you? Thanks for the good job. No, don't let me break your flow. I'll keep focused on my project right now too. Yeah, no, don't worry. On this stream, I read, I code, but I also chat a lot. So don't worry. It's okay. How are you, Taras? Are you at your job? Rust, Arc, Lock, Option Box T. Yes, that's right. That's what I'm trying to learn. I still haven't finished my big ass 14 hours course. Need to finish it. But I guess that before finishing it, I'm actually going to learn about the ecosystem of Rust, because with the AI and stuff, it might be more useful, to know which tool I want and why, compared to having a very granular understanding of generics in Rust. But even though I guess I will have to, just because it's good, in the in in front of the universe, I need to know my Rust if I code, even if most of the code output is AI generated. But just for the sake of, being a knowledgeable person. Arc, atomic reference counted. You wrap your data in this to tell the compiler multiple threads are going to own this data. Please keep a thread safe count. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I need to remember this because I'm sure I will see that in my course. Attends. Arc, so atomic reference counted. Right now in my course, I am at the stage of what goes in the heap and what goes in the stack. That's the only thing that I remember. So I'm at the very beginning, you know? You wrap your data in this to tell the compiler multiple threads are going to own this data. Please keep a thread safe count of who has it. Okay. Okay. RW lock, read write lock. Because Arc only gives you read-only access by default, you wrap your data in this. I need to safely mutate this data. Oh yeah, the mutate. Yeah, remember this. I need to safely mutate this data across threads without causing a race condition. Across threads without causing a race condition. Okay. Option. You wrap your data in this to say, by the way, this data might not exist yet, or it might be set to null later. Deal with this. Okay. Box. You wrap your data in this to say, this data is a dynamic trait or a large struct. So please put it on the heap. Yes. Dynamic trait. I don't know yet what is a dynamic trait. I guess the struct is like in other languages, right? Not sure. So please put it on the heap. And Rust version of Java's public static void main. I don't know Java, but I remember learning a bit about the public static void thing, maybe with C# when I tried some stuff in Unity, but I don't remember very much. Public static void. I don't remember what void is. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, yeah. What I think is just that I think it's very important to know the granularity of Rust, just so that one day, if I need to like tweak for performance my Rust, I can do it, even though it might already be tweak like pretty performant from the get-go. But maybe you can tweak it anyway, because Rust is still pretty low level, right? So I'm sure you can tweak things if you want to make it even more performant. Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, Rust is pretty. Because I remember reading about like, you know, people using Rust in a memory unsafe way, you know, which defeats the purpose of using Rust, you know, in a way. So I guess you can do a lot of stuff with Rust. But let's talk about Hyper. Hyper implements the HTTP protocol. Passing requests, formatting response, sending connections, supporting HTTP1, HTTP2, client and server APIs, async request response bodies. So Hyper uses Tokio, I guess, for the async. Yeah, Hyper sits above Tokio, that's right. Hyper's docs describe it as a lower level HTTP library intended as a building block for libraries and applications, not necessarily as the most convenient high-level client or framework. Okay. Tokio handles async sockets. Hyper understands HTTP over those sockets. So Tokio knows about bytes moving through TCP. Yes. because it manages the async, and Hyper knows those bytes mean get user okay, and HTTP the answer okay. What Hyper provides? Hyper provides the HTTP machinery, HTTP server primitives. Hyper can accept an HTTP request and let your code produce an HTTP response. Yes. Request and response. This is basically the core shape of an HTTP server. That's right. HTTP client primitives. Hyper can also act as an HTTP client. For example, library like request are higher level clients built around these kinds of lower level HTTP machinery. Hyper's own docs say that if you want a convenient HTTP client, you may prefer a request. Higher level clients built around this kind of low level HTTP machinery. Request ergonomic HTTP client, Hyper, lower level HTTP engine. Okay, so now I need to look into request. Hyper officially is HTTP1 and performance core feature. This makes it a foundational crate for the Rust web ecosystem. Hyper is not a full web framework. It does not want to be Fast API, Express, Django. Yeah, it's way lower level. With raw Hyper, you are closer to the protocol. Ah, but so maybe when I use Axum, I guess Axum uses Hyper. So maybe I don't have to deal with like Hyper, I hope. You do not, with raw Hyper, you are closer to the protocol or method if rec methods equal get and rec URL path equal /users, then Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is okay. This is very explicit code. Yeah, this is not at all framework-like code. Okay. Well, I guess it's still useful if you want to do something very specific inside the framework, I guess. You do not naturally get nice framework features like typed path extractors, automatic JSON body extraction, route nesting, app state ergonomics, framework style middleware, nice error responses, open API integration, cookie, no. You can build those, but that is exactly why frameworks like Axum exist. Okay. The Hyper mental model. Hyper is like the HTTP engine inside the car. Yeah, that's right. It matters because the framework above it depends on it. Axum route handler. Below there is tower service. Below there is Hyper HTTP connection, and below there is Tokio. Okay. Okay. Ah, my watch has the battery depleted. When you would use Hyper directly, use Hyper when you are building a custom HTTP reverse. Yeah, okay, it's low level HTTP client thing. Okay, what Tower is? So Tower is just below Axum, but above Hyper. Tower is a generic abstraction for request response services and middleware. A generic abstraction for request response services and a middleware. Okay. Boom. Hello Yannick, how are you? How are you, Yannick? Hello. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. I'm looking into Rust because I get more interested in Rust, and I think I want my next backend framework to be Rust, to be a Rust backend. I think, just for the sake of it. Because this weekend, I don't know if I told you this on Saturday, maybe. But I realized recently that because everything will eventually be rewritten in Rust, my duty as a developer is actually to write everything in Rust from the start. Yeah, I already told you. You know, I'm getting old, so I repeat things, you know, like a grandpa. That's normal. Okay. Yeah. So now I'm trying to learn about Rust and the tooling, you know, like so now I'm learning about all the different layers, you know, of tools. So I think my next backend server in Rust will be with the framework Axum, you know, which is like similar to FastAPI with Python, but it's with for Rust. And also, I just realized just by thinking about it, and you know, I was like, and asking ChatGPT, I realized that oh yeah, I will have just a binary at the end. You know, this is so nice to deploy compared to Python because you know, like you just generate the binary with the correct target, and then you actually put it into the Docker and it runs, you know, and that's all. Because in Python, like I remember me configuring my Docker image for my Python FastAPI web backend, and I actually struggled because I had, you know, you have to install all those libraries, you have to do all this, you know, like to make sure that the environment is exactly the same Python version, the same libraries, the versions of the libraries needs to be exactly the same, you know. And you need to check that, and you need to make sure that on your own like local repo those libraries are the same that is going to be shipped to your Docker image or your server, you know, with Python. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Uh, but with Rust or any compiled language, I guess, you just generate the binary. You compile, you generate the binary, and it works. You know, for the target, you upload the binary and you run it, and voila. No need to cross check. No. You know, like this is so much better, and it's the same story than just publishing on npm, pypy, all these registries. It's just the deployment and the shipping and the release workflow is just simpler, you know. And when you want to update your libraries, you can just update your libraries on your repo on your local machine, and then the compiled output will be automatically with the new libraries. You don't need to like, you know, because on Python, if you ship some Python code on a server, but in this Python environment, there is still the old libraries, or you haven't updated them or whatever, and you restart the server, and there's some breaking change in the code that you know, like it will crash. It will crash at runtime. That's the thing also. It will not crash because in Rust also it will crash at compile time. So when you generate the output, it will see all the stuff. With Python, it won't see that. It will crash at runtime. So you know, like the more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, like you know, just just code it in Rust, bro. I'm becoming a Ruster. I'm actually a Ruster now. A Rustation. Yes. for the TUIs, for the backend. Yeah, everything that doesn't involve JavaScript, like the web, basically the front end web nowadays, because the front end web nowadays has to use one of the front end frameworks. Well, even though WASM, okay, well, it's still not that widespread. But for anything that doesn't involve a web front end, Rust, Rust is your identity now. Yes, yes, the programming socks are on the way. Sorry to interrupt, but did you see the AUR breach? Vivaldi is also affected. Again? Wait, what? A new one? Or the one of last Sunday? I know it was the one. It's the one that I talked about with you before, no? I know they are. Oh, it's not the same. It's a new. So it's a new one. It's not the one that we both checked. It's a new one. Really? Oh. Oh fuck! Because I updated my stuff yesterday before going to bed. I didn't see that. Bon, attends, it's too long. What's going on? The malware targets developer and collaboration data. Attends, it's too long. What's going on? Linux Elf distributed via a compromised AUR npm package atomic log file executes automatically during npm via malicious pre-install. Credential stealer. Use assembly services for root level. Okay, attends, I will just copy this. I will just copy this and ask Codex to check on the machine. Brother, given this malware report, make sure all is good on this machine, please. Yeah. 4 days ago, hit by another wave. More sophisticated. Just a day after Arch developer believed they got their malware AUR incidents under control, with another round of AUR malware is now being discovered. The latest round is more sophisticated, as with code obfuscation, various and Node.js packages, some Firefox packages, Aura browsers, LibreWolf extensions, NeoVim plugin. Now fuck. And various of the packages were found with malware via obfuscated code. Oh no. Boasha discovered those latest malware bits using a local Gemma E2B AI model. The new malware attempts in AUR were described as a bit more elaborate in obfuscating the action. At this stage, it's a bit surprising they don't completely shut down the AUR until they can better verify security and safety. Does not show any obvious random no. The AUR is a relic of an older era of the internet when one could assume a minimum baseline of goodwill. Same with NPM, huh? I mean, anybody can publish to AUR, anybody can publish to NPM, anybody can publish to PyPy. I mean, nobody vets. Like, wait, so wait, so did I guess they updated this, right? CacheOS 16 minutes ago. You should stop using any kind of technology and become an Amish. Uh, there's a Git repo to check, I think. Where is the Git repo? Don't- Section tool for the June 2026 Atomic Logfile URL separation attack consolidated from community gists. Okay, 7 contributors. 3 days ago, 4 days ago, 5 hours ago. Uh, ah voilà, Atomic Log File, that's the one. Eh ben, GPT 5.5, hein? He, it's testing lots of stuff. Yeah, but it's hitting sudo stuff. Bon. Okay, I mean, he's searching for Monero crypto miner or whatever. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, he's inspecting the processes. Bon, why not? Atomic log file. Check if you have any infected packages. Check burn cache. Before liner. Scan. June 12th. Mailing list. Timeline. June 13. EV. Crypto miner staging. Reserve the system. Not power off. Use rank 6 acquisition. Discord. Bon. I'm wondering what happens nowadays if you have like your credentials stolen. Do you get, because like one of the stuff that I expect, I guess, if I get my credentials stolen, is that I would receive a bunch of emails from all the websites that the bots are trying to get access to with my credentials. But of course, you just need the bots to wait a few days or a few weeks to have that delayed. Mm. I guess it should take the token, right? Yeah, maybe. Maybe, but then maybe they also try to like change the password or whatever to lock you out, and so usually when that happens, you receive a mail or something, you know? Like because I guess usually these kinds of bots, especially if it's automated, I guess they are trying to do stuff quickly, you know? Just in case maybe you reset your sessions, you change your password, and so now the credential is not uh, worth anything anymore. So my expectation, if one day I get my credentials stolen, is that I will receive a bunch of emails from the websites, that I've gotten my credentials stolen from, but I don't have those, so I guess it's okay. So we live in a world where when you need to update something, you first need to go on Google and search vulnerability. Is there a vulnerability on this, on that? And then if there's nothing, okay, I can update. Hello, backnet. Nat, we are talking about something that you couldn't understand because you are using Mint, okay? So you don't have this problem, okay? It's only the Arch users, the Arch by the way users who have this problem, Nat. You know? Yes. The burden of being cool. Such a heavy burden sometimes. You get, you get like jealous hackers that try to get into your computer, your beautiful Arch computer. You know, jealousy is a sin. So sad, guys. Oh la la, GPT 5.5 is it's running clam scan and stuff. Bon, okay, I will stop it there. Good job. Stop it here. Did you find anything? Nat hates us. W Mint, yes, W Mint on this one. That's right. He said he hoped I get hacked and all my data gets uploaded to the DPRK. So sad. Yeah, it's so sad. No, I did not find any evidence of this malware on this machine. What looks clean? No installed package match the current public affected. No npm cache sheet for no npm cache sheet. No exact size. No running processes. No daily. No suspicious. Bon. Was benign. The ATL listener, yes, was OBS task overlay, not the malware. Then, okay. Okay, good. Bon. It seems that I'm kind of okay. Oh. It seems that I'm kind of okay. So we're good, I guess. We can continue reading about Rust. My internet is here. Your internet is here. I need to test. Your Wi-Fi or your Ethernet thing? But I'm working. Oh. Ah, you are on the remote. Yes, you are. How do you say that? You are remote working. Yes. Wait, try grep or atomic file cache EI. What? I think it tried already. Yeah, I think try already. I will try anyway, just in case. Well, it's long. I think it was for the malware in the processes, but it doesn't run as a process. We have to enforce the demand and set it via socket. Nothing. Nothing. So we're good. We are good, I guess. For now. Well, maybe later I will read the repo and run all the stuff. But for now, I guess we are good. Mhm. It sends it via socks. Damn. Programming so. Yes. It sends it via programming so. And then it orders cat ears on Amazon with your money. It's so sad. I knew, I found a video, Alex. Really? Tell me about the video you found. Hmm? What our generic version? I need to know your opinion. Okay. I will give you my objective opinion on this important matter. I need to log in. Oh, okay. I will log in. Because it's uncomfortable, they say. They say it's uncomfortable. Ooh la la, that's uncomfortable. It's French. Oh wait. Oh putain. No way. No way. No way. Can't be. No way. Yeah, okay. Well, this is obviously fake, I think, you know? Yeah. It's an English guy, an American guy? Mm, I think this is fake, huh? I think this is fake. I think this is, you know, not real. I think this is fake, huh? Because, yeah, I don't think it's actually real. Mm, yeah, but I mean, like, would these types of guys, would they actually do it in real life? Do something like this? Yes, they could, but like to the extent that they showed here, like getting people on board, closing and going back and like accelerating again. I think it's too, you know, it's too good to be true. Yeah. Like I think it's way more likely that the drivers have like a special key that they need to put in or something. Like there's no way. And even if they could have, like go in, press some buttons or whatever, I think they would have been stopped like way earlier, you know? Especially since they don't show themselves being actually, they don't show the people coming to arrest them or whatever, or to, you know. So I think this is just fake it. Like, let's look for, because I guess maybe some news would have been, been written about this. Métro, des jeunes prennent contrôle. Paris. No, you see, there's no 2017 Paris Metro. I mean, I think this is just fake, guys, huh? It's very well done. It hurts my butt. Wait, what? Where? What? What? What do you mean it hurts my butt? It hurts my butt. It is Paris Metro users. These Paris Metro users receive fines, even though they have paid for their ticket. It hurts my butt. Paying for your metro ticket and still getting a fine. Yeah, but that's the people who pay for their ticket and throw away the ticket. Of course, you're going to get a fine. Damn it. I bought a ticket. Well, this is the paid, so. But yeah, it hurts his butt. Ça me casse le cul. It's a French expression, you know? Ça me casse le cul. We can also say it hurts my balls. It breaks my balls. Ça me casse les couilles. Ou ça me pète le cul. It means it breaks my butt. It hurts my butt. Mm. It means I'm not happy. I'm very angry, you know. It breaks my butt. Yeah, yeah. The actual French expression is actually it breaks my butt. Ça me casse le cul. Ça me pète le cul. Yeah, it means it breaks my butt. Casser, it's break to break in French is casser. So ça me casse le cul means it breaks my butt. Damn, why is it so freaky? That's French people for you, you know? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? You shouldn't be, you know? French people love to break their butt all the time, you know? For very petty reasons sometimes. You get a fine on the metro, you break your butt. That's how we do. That's how. Tower. Rust. Let's get back to Rust. Rust doesn't break my butt. I love Rust. Rust is the best. Tower is a generic abstraction. The core idea is the service trait. Tower's docs describes service as an asynchronous function from a request to a response, possibly returning an error. An error. You know, Mozart made a song called Lick Me in the Ass. A little fun fact. Really? Really? What is the name in German, right? Lick me, mim, lick mich im Arsch. Wow. Lick me in the arse. Wow. In B major is a canon in B major, composed by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, with lyrics in German. It was one of a set of at least 6 canons. Wow. Sung by 6 voices. It is thought to be a party piece for his friends. He was so funny. Damn. He was such a funny guy. The German idiom used as the title of the work is equivalent to the British English kiss my ass or American English kiss my ass. After Mozart's death, his widow, Constance, sent the manuscripts of the canons to publisher Breitkopf and Hartel for publication. The publication changed the vulgar title and lyrics of his canon to the more decent Laughed for Unsehen. Let us be glad of Mozart's original text. Only the first words were documented in the catalogue of his works produced by Breitkopf and Hartel. A score containing what may possibly be the original text was discovered. I want to know, like, what does it talk about? Oh, wow. The name, let's be happy. Okay. Wow. Hello, friends from our computer, from my computer. Congrats, Nat. We are listening to Lick Me in My Ass from Mozart. It's a very good song. My god, computer Nat is here. Yes, it's not mobile smartphone Nat, it's a computer Nat now. Wait for the drop. Let's go. Let's go. He made another ass song. Oh la la, but that's too much. That's too much, Wolfgang. What the hell? Lick my ass right well and clean. Leck mir den Arsch fein recht schon sauber. Yes, is a canon for 3 voices. It's very nice. Look at the lyrics. Lick my ass nicely. Lick it nice and clean. Nice and clean. Lick my ass. That's a great greasy desire. Nicely buttered. Lick the licking of roast meat. My daily activity. 3 will lick more than 2. Come on, just try it and lick, lick, lick. Everybody lick their ass for themselves. Very nice. Ah, that's alternative lyrics. It's not about us anymore. It's not funny. This one is the best. Probably original. Oh yeah. Damn. Wolfgang was a freaky guy. Didn't know he was so freaky like that, you know? Freaky kinky Wolfgang. What the hell? Damn. A different adaptation is used in Mozart Complete Edition. I can only imagine, you know, like you are listening to Mozart's Complete Edition, you know, like in your living room with like, you know, guests and stuff, and then look me in the arse, fine and clean. Should that be the Mozart's your text? Lick me? Oh no no! This image is so pure. It as white as swan. Lick me? That cannot be. No. Should no? Should that then be really the old text? No. That Mozart was a decent man. Oh yeah, it's fake. This one should be the one. Okay, this is the real thing. This is just fake lyrics. This is a true lyrics. But like these ones are actually the most explicit lyrics, right? Like because this is just about like let us be glad, no. Droning is in growling, droning is in vain. Kiss Mars, Guts from Berlichingen, second act. You know the scene too well, let us shout the summary. Mozart here gets literary. I don't like the way that these are like meta, you know, like haha, this Mozart. No. Come on, no. Okay, so this one is my favorite. This one is my favorite. Big Mars. Right, well and clean. Very cool. Is that what he wanted? You know? Now I'm wondering. Mozart? Is that what you wanted? Was that, you know, a desire? A fleshly desire? No. Pretty nice. Let's get back to rest though. We're getting back to rest though. Rustation? Rustju? Yeah. So conceptually, Rust is a request, a service, and a response with tower. Request, service, response. A service, so a tower service, could be an HTTP server handler, an HTTP client, like Hyper, right? A gRPC service. I forgot what is a gRPC. A load balancer, a retry wrapper, a timeout wrapper, a rate limiter, a notification layer, Okay. Ah, yeah, okay. That's like in FastAPI, we use the decorators, the Python decorators for that, I think, on top of the API routes. But of course, in Python, decorators are very idiomatic. So Rust don't have those. So they use tower instead. Okay. Tower itself is not a server. Its docs explicitly say the tower crate does not provide a complete network client-server implementation by itself. It provides abstractions and reusable middleware components that integrate with actual protocol libraries. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you want to protect an API route with like authentication, you only want authenticated people to use a given API route, I guess you will use the tower service to check that, I think. A library of modular and reusable components for being robust networking client and servers. A single core abstraction, the service, which represents an asynchronous function taking a request and returning either a response or an error. This abstraction can be used to model both generic components like timeout, rate limiting, but load balancing can be modeled as a service that wrap. Ah, yeah, even load balancing, load balancing between what? I mean, yeah, okay, between different services or whatever. Okay. This allows implementing these components in a protocol agnostic, composable way. Typically, such services are referred to as middleware. And in addition, abstraction, the layer is used to compose middleware with services. If a service can be thought of as an asynchronous function from a request type to a response type, the service can be thought of as an asynchronous function from a request type to a response type. A layer is a function taking a service of one type and returning a service of a different type. The service builder type is used to admin a virtual service by composing with layer. Tower is made up of the following crates. The service idea, voilà, how does it look? So async fn handle request result response. Yes. Okay. So it takes in a request, the result into a response. Yes. Tower generalizes this into a trait. Oh yeah, I don't know what is a trait yet. Maybe I should check out what is a trait. What is a trait in Rust? Alors, a trait defines a shared interface or contract that different types can implement. It specifies a set of methods that the type must provide. Defines a shared interface or contract that different types can implement. Okay. specifies a set of methods that a type must provide, allowing for polymorphism, writing code that can operate on multiple types. As long as they share the same behavior. Yeah. Traits are conceptually similar to interfaces in languages like Java or Go, or protocols abstract base classes in Python. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's like a general case of something more specific or whatever. That will end up being more specific, but okay. Yeah, it's like a base template, basically. That's a trait. Voilà, yeah, so it's a shared interface or contract that different types can implement. Okay. Defining a trait. A trait definition groups method a trait definition groups method signatures together to describe the behavior. Public trait describable. Method signature implementing types must provide the body. Function describes self string. Optional. Default implementation. Category. String. String general. Describe. Optional. Defining a trait. So the trait is describable. So the trait describable must have a describe function and maybe a category. Implementing a trait. You implement the trait for a specific struct or enum using the impl for syntax. Pubstruct product, pub name string, pub price ft664. Okay. Then you implement describable for product. Then you provide the describe function that is mandatory. Cost, self-name, self-price, format, yeah, X, ham cost $5. Traits allow you to restrict generic functions so they only accept types that implement specific behaviors. Restrict generic functions. So they only accept types that implement specific behaviors. So for example, this function accepts any type T as long as T implements describable. Yeah, that's part of the type, type system. Print item info. T of, but it needs to be implemented from describable trait. Item empty. Print line. No. Item describe. Ah, yeah. So you will only be able to use inside this an object like this. Implementing the trait describable. So it could be product, maybe it could be, I don't know, services or something else than a product. Of type, also describable. Okay. No data fields. A trait can only contain method signatures, default method implementations, and associated constants or types. They cannot hold state variables. Yeah. So it's only definitions. Traits are definitions. Yes. Often a rule. You can implement, I mean, yeah, it's a, yeah. So it's a so it's related to the type. Often a rule. You can implement a trait on a type as long as either the trait or the type is local to your current trait. For example, you can implement a standard library trait like display on a standard library type like vec, preventing external dependencies from breaking each other's code. Static versus dynamic dispatch. Static dispatch, the compiler uses a monomorphization to generate duplicate functions for each concrete type at compile time, resulting in zero runtime overhead. Dynamic dispatch, done via trait objects, resolving methods called at runtime using VTable. We like to see how. So it's a way to define a sort of superset of types, I guess, that will be implemented by some structs or whatever. Yes, that's a highly accurate way to think about it in practice. Instead of defining a parent type that passes down data fields like classical object-oriented inheritance, a trait defines a behavioral group. When you define a trait, you establish a contract. I forgot how Gemini is still quite sycophantic compared to GPT now. When you define a trait, you are establishing a contract. Any struct, enum, or even primitive types, i32 string, that implements the contract becomes a member of that group. Yeah. Grouping if you have a trait called serializable, you can implement it for entirely unrelated types. Entirely unrelated types. They don't share any data layout, only the capability to be serialized. So struct user implements serializable. Struct invoice implements serializable. Enum network status. Using the group as a type bound. When writing function, you can specify that you only accept types belonging to that specific behavioral group. Key distinctions for OOP inheritance. From OOP inheritance. No data inheritance. A struct cannot inherit field from another struct or from a trait. Yeah, so it's not like classes. It only implements methods. Retroactive implementation. You can implement a trait for a struct that already exists elsewhere. Even if they were defined in different files, subject to the orphan rule, you do not need to declare the relationship inside the struct definition itself. Okay. So tower generalizes this into a trait. Okay, so tower has a trait called service, type error, type response, future, and function pull ready, mute cell, cx mute, pull results, self error, call. The actual trait is more detailed, but mentally it is async function with readiness back pressure support. The pull ready part matters. This. It lets services say, I'm not ready to accept another request yet. That enables back pressure, rate limits, concurrency limits, load balancing, retries, and robust networking behavior. Tower middleware. Tower middleware is usually a service wrapping another service. So for example, you have a request, you have a trace layer, the timeout layer, the compression layer, your handler, then the response. Each layer can do something before or after the inner service runs. Tower has genetic middleware concepts such as timeout, retry, rate limiting, load shedding, buffering, concurrency limiting, tracing, compression via Tower HTTP, compression, okay, cores, yeah. The important bits, these are not tied only to Aksum. Tower's docs emphasize that by unifying clients and servers through a protocol-agnostic API, middleware can be reusable across protocols and libraries. So the one thing I'm wondering is, do I have to actually use Tower inside Aksum independently, or does Aksum provides a wrapper around it or something? Layer, Tower's layer is how middleware is composed. A service handles requests, a layer wraps a service and returns a new service. I don't understand the point of this yet. Let a new service equal layer dot layer all service. Or layer service is wrapped server. Tower's docs describe layers, a way to write reusable components that can apply to different kinds of services, including different protocols and both client-server sides. In Aksum, you often see this as router new, routes, get handler, reusable components that can apply to different kinds of services, including different protocols on both client-server side. Router new, route slash get handler, layer, trace layer, new for HTTP. That dot layer is tower style composition. Plain Tower is protocol agnostic and does not care whether your request is HTTP, gRPC, or something else. I need to refresh myself in gRPC. What the fuck is gRPC again? gRPC again. Google Remote Procedure Call is an open source, high performance remote procedure call framework. It allows a client application to directly call methods on a server application located on different machine as if it were a local object. Make it easier to build distributed application and services. Protocol buffers, protobufs. gRPC use, yeah, protobuf. Oh, it's been a long time I've seen this. I remember looking into it. gRPC uses protobuf as its interface definition language, IDL, and data serialization format. Define the data structure and service methods in a proto file, which is compiled into strongly typed code for your target language. gRPC relies on HTTP2 instead of HTTP1, which enables multiplexing, multiple requests and responses concurrently over a single TCP connection. Bidirectional streaming. Client and server can stream messages to each other simultaneously. Header compression. Reduces payload overhead. How it works. Define a proto file with... Ah yeah, gRPC versus REST. Is it mainly a Google thing? Where is it used? I don't see it often. It was made by Google, I guess. It is no longer in 2015. Google open sourced it and transferred its governance to the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, the same vendor neutral organization that manages Kubernetes. Yeah, today it is an industry standard. No. Well, you don't see enough. You rarely encounter gRPC in everyday web development because it is designed for the backend, not the browser. No native browser support. Web browsers do not expose enough control over HTTP2 framing to run a native gRPC client. To use it in a front-end web app, you have to use a translation layer like gRPC web combined with a proxy. Hidden infrastructure. Because it shines in internal networking, it operates entirely behind the scenes. Public-facing APIs, like the ones you interact with for payments, weather, or social media, almost always use REST or GraphQL because they are universally accessible to any HTTP client. Yeah, that's right. gRPC is highly prevalent in specific environments. Microservices. Okay, large tech companies, Netflix, Uber, Square, use gRPC for internal service-to-service communications. Okay. Yeah, okay, it makes sense. To reduce latency and save CPU cycles on JSON serialization. Cloud native Kubernetes uses gRPC heavily for its internal components, such as the container runtime interface. Polyglot systems, when a backend relies on services written in different languages, e.g. a Python service talking to a Go service. gRPC provides a single, strictly typed contract via proto files that keeps all services synchronized. Okay, so it's mostly a microservice thing. Okay. Okay. Tower HTTP add HTTP specific middleware and utilities. It docs say it provides HTTP specific middleware on top of Tower and it's compatible with libraries, framework, HTTP body, including Hypertonic and Warp. Example, trace. How they work together? In an Axiom server, a typical Axiom app uses all three. So Tokio runs the async main function and tasks and provides the async TCP socket. Then Hyper speaks HTTP over those sockets. Yeah, because Hyper is the HTTP thing, service, whatever. Parses requests and writes responses. Yes. Then Tower represents the app router middleware as services. Even the router itself is Tower. Okay, so they use all of these tools. Yeah, okay, directly, idiomatically, or whatever. Okay. Composes middleware layers, yes. And Axiom gives you routing, extractors, handlers, state, and ergonomic web APIs. So when you write Tokyo main, async fn main, let app router new, so that's the route, get handler, this handler here, I guess it's imported above or whatever. let listener Tokyo net TCP listener bind await unwrap. Axum. I guess I should try like to change the backend of my blog from FastAPI to Rust Axum, just to see like what a simple version of a backend with Axum looks like compared to FastAPI. Because with FastAPI, I guess the config part is a bit annoying, but the API itself is very simple. Like the routes, very simple. Listener, Axum serve. Oh yeah, but like this is the entire like server or whatever. Axum serve. Does this define an entire Axum server? That would be crazy. That's so little code. Well, I guess there's lots of defaults and stuff, but well, I don't think you can like you cannot make a fast API server run with just like 10 lines of code like this. I don't think so. Tokyo main starts the Tokyo runtime. Yes. TCP listener bind. This one creates an async TCP listener using Tokyo. Okay. Axum serve. Serve your Axum router. Ah no. Serve your Axum router. Router is compatible with tower service concepts. Router. And Hyper, and there's the HTTP protocol internally. You mostly see Axum and Tokyo, Hyper and Tower are underneath. Okay. Imagine you are building a restaurant. Tokyo is the kitchen coordination system. Tokyo decides which cooks work on which task. One cook starts boiling pasta, and while the pasta waits, they chop vegetables. They do not stare at the pot for 10 minutes. This is async.io. Hyper, the waiter who understands the restaurant protocol. Hyper understands the rules of HTTP. Request response data. Yes. Tower is the restaurant workflow pipeline. Tower lets you add reusable steps. Check the reservation, log arrival, rate limit, route customers, route to table, timeout if kitchen takes too long, compress the receipt in web terms, tracing host timeout, route handler response. Axum is the restaurant framework. Get user ID, get user, and it gives you the developer friendly interface. Which one should you learn first? Tokyo first. I mean, I'm not going to learn. I just want to know that they're here. Give me an example of like a few API routes with Axum for a very simple bare bone backend server for a blog or something. 3, 4 routes max. Macro free writing, macro free routing extractors. Voilà, main RS. So there's health post, post ID, posts, get post. Okay. Mhm. Use. Yes. Okay, that's the import, right? Again. Derive. Clone. Struct upstate. Arc mutex. No. Post. Okay. Derive clone. Struct of the. Yeah, I mean, you need to define the types, of course, because this is Rust. You need to define all the types. Tokyo main. Alors, upstate. Arc, new, mutex, hmap, post, outer route, health, get health, post, get list posts, route, get posts, state, get posts. Okay, and so below we have the health, we have the list posts. Yeah, and here we have the actual logic. It's interesting. It's not at all like FastAPI. Because in FastAPI, you get like one line like this. And then inside this, you would have the code. I guess you could also do that like this here. I mean, it's interesting. Oops. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. My. Wait a minute. A little pause. I have to. My air conditioner spilled some water on the floor, so I need to clean it up. Nothing bad. Nothing bad, but I need to take care of it. Okay. Okay, so you list all the routes. And then you get the code. Okay. Yeah, I mean, why not? I guess at least we can quickly jump to the code if you do tech. Yeah. Cargo run. Relax fast progress. Sure. I mean, yeah. Diesel. What would I use with SQLite? SQLX. Hmm. What? Terminate. Ouais, usage. My internet can sucks now. Ah. So now you have the Wi-Fi or the Ethernet? You don't have the Ethernet? You have the Wi-Fi? Because I got confused. Wi-Fi. Okay. Boy, it's better than nothing. I don't have Ethernet anymore. Mm-hmm. So I guess I will have to once again rewrite my fast API Python into RAM Axum Rust. No, I guess what I would do, I would try to create a spec a language agnostic spec of the fast API config and like authentication and stuff. Hmm. I don't have Ethernet, 1 gigabytes, but now only 200, 300 megabytes. Okay, well, it's enough, huh? 200, 300 megabytes, it's okay. It's okay, no? To, like, to watch the stream, it's okay, no? Or do you need to lower the quality? It's kind of frozen sometimes. Ah, but it's okay. Okay. We'll have a little delay. Okay. The max resolution that you have right now is 1080p for my stream, right? Yes, I'm watching 720. Okay. Okay, okay. Do not have problem. Let me test. Yeah. Yeah, it's just that because you know I have enabled the 1440p. But it's real. But I need to be like authorized by Twitch, and I sent a request a few weeks ago, and I haven't heard back. So I guess they did not validate my request. You know. But yeah, freeze. Wait, I'm back. Okay. Okay. Bon, what will I do? Yeah, I wanted to ask also, like, I'm new to Rust and I want to use it for mm, for what? Because for web backend, I guess I know that I'm going to use Axum. And for the TUIs stuff, well, I just use raw the crates that I need, basically. And Ratatouille. Yeah, like I'm not going to ship native apps with Rust because Tori is completely fucked up nowadays, and it's just better to code everything in Electron. Or maybe I'm wondering about the WASM stuff. Oh, let me check. I'm new to Rust and I want to use it for writing backend server scripts, like system programming scripts with or without a TUI with Ratatouille, and also maybe WASM for the front end. give me an overview for each of these areas. How is the Rust tooling slash framework landscape? Give me an overview for each of landscape. Like dominant to dominant, which is dominant, which is established, which is standard, which is upcoming, which is future proof, which is minimalist and simple to, and which is complex, which is easy to use, which is more, which has a steeper learning curve, etc. Hehe. Are you feeling the rust, Nat? Are you becoming a rustation? Are you thinking about buying programming socks right now? And becoming a femboy? Hmm? Is that what's happening in your head? Hmm? No. Oh, sad. So you are really on Mint. You were not lying. Damn. Alors, as of mid 2026, the safe default Rust stack for your goals would be, for the backend, Axum plus Tokyo plus SQLX plus CERD, CERD plus tracing, CLI, system tools, clap plus anyhow, this error, CERD, tracing, walk dear Camino, and TUI, Ratatouille cross terms. Wasm front end, probably keep Svelte. Oh yeah, because ChatGPT knows what I talked to him before, to it before. Use Rust Wasm for performance heavy modules. Probably keep Svelte for product UI. Oh, so because like for example, I had an idea of a few months ago to do like some like an all-in-one image filter or image effect or whatever. Similar to what you can get with the Photoshop, but you know, for like for my 60-year-old aunt, you know, that cannot use Photoshop and is too afraid, you know, and she just Googles like make image into a mosaic or make image into ta ta ta, you know, like these kinds of tool. And I thought that maybe I could do everything in the browser. I'm sure there are some libraries to do that in the browser. Or maybe I could just make one or something. Maybe it would be a good use case for WASM actually, because processing images is pretty heavy. Try Leptos if you specifically want full Rust web UI. The Rust base layer should know. Rust is unusually cohesive at the tooling layer. The important defaults are RustUp. So it's the way to install manage Rust tool chains. Yeah, I've seen that. Standard. Cargo, yeah. Package manager, build tools, test runner, dependency manager, standard. Rust analyzer, editor LSP support, standard. Rust FMT, I've also run this. Formatter, Clippy, I've also run this. That's the linter, okay. I always forget the differences between the linters and the formatters. Cargo is the center of Rust workflow. It downloads dependencies, compile packages, create distributable packages, and can publish to crates.io. Rust Analyzer is the standard editor backend with completion and go-to definition supports across editors like Vim, VS Code, Emacs. Yeah. For you, this means Rust has less toolchains, chaos than JS, but more compile time, type system friction than Python or TypeScript. Yes. The current center of gravity. Tokyo Hyper Tower for backend. Yes, that's Aksum. Tokyo Hyper Tower. We've seen that already. Tokyo describes yeah, I know. Okay, Aksum. Standard-ish rising / default. Best for APIs, microservices, clean backend services. Learning curve medium. My take, best default in 2026. Actix Web, established production, fast APIs, pragmatic web services, very solid, less tower-oriented. Rocket, established ergonomics, simple apps, type-safe routes, beginner-friendly web apps. Low, medium, nice DX, but less ecosystem gravity. Interesting. Warp, established but more niche now. Composable functional routing. Functional! What the hell is functional routing? Learning curves high, elegant, but type heavy. Poem, newer, less central, easily full feature API. Pleasant but less standard. Salvo. Salvo Hardin. Newer, less central. Full features, batteries included backend. Medium, interesting. Not my beginner default. Full features, batteries included backend. Is that like Django? Hyper, directly. Foundational, low level. Yeah. Do not start here. Aksum, focused on ergonomics and modularity. Its docs highlight extractors, simple error handling, low boilerplate responses to tower nanana. It is explicitly designed to work with Tokyo and Hyper. You want a future-proof backend stack. You like explicit code. You want to learn the real Rust async ecosystem, and you may later use Tower middleware, gRPC with Tonic, observability, host layers, rate limiting. I mean, yeah. Downside, error types, extractors, middleware layers. And trade bounds can feel alien at first. It is not Flask fast API level beginner simple. Well, okay. I mean, even fast API, when you have to configure your fast API, it's not beginner simple either, huh? The route is, I guess, pretty simple, but okay, Actix Web, Use ActiveWeb if you want a mature, self-contained, practical framework. Very good for production APIs. It is not naturally aligned with the Tower middleware. Rocket. Alors voilà, Rocket is interesting because usually the things that are like simple, they can actually scale more than people expect. So I'm interested. Rocket's pitch is simple, fast, type safe, secure web application with strong usability and low boilerplate. You want an ergonomic, use Rocket if you want an ergonomic framework that feels more batteries included and less like composing lower level Rust ecosystem pieces. Feels more batteries included. Downside, I would not treat it as the ecosystem center in 2026. It is pleasant, but Axum Actix are safer bets for learning backend Rust and transfers everywhere. Yeah, but I mean, what I want is just a good, nice backend tech. That is maintainable. Warp is built about composable filters. It describes, I don't know. Use Warp if you specifically like functional composition and type level routing. For Rust beginner, the filter combinator model can get hard to read and debug. That's my recommendation for your first backend framework. Freeman Salvo. Okay, well, system programming, clap, argument parsing, standard. Okay, I think I already use it, but I just don't check. Anyhow, easy app error handling, standardish. This error, type third, config data serialization, standard. Tracing, structured logging diagnostics, okay. Walkdeer, recursive directory traversal. Camino, UTF-8 path types. Okay. Rayon, simple parallel iterators. Oh yeah, they said I should use rayon if my Tokyo if my Tokyo tasks are a bit too CPU heavy or something. If I remember correctly. Yeah. Yes. They say like I should not put too CPU heavy tasks with Tokyo because it can like waste or the threads or something, and so I should use Rayon. Simple parallel iterators and Tokyo async IO process networking. Clap data tracing. Okay. TUI apps with Ratatouille. Yeah. WASM. Alors, Rust WASM has two very different use cases. Rust as a performance module inside a JS Svelte app. Sorry. Or Rust as a whole front-end framework. For you, because you already know Svelte kit, the first path is probably more useful. The official Rust WASM page frames WebAssembly as augment, don't replace JavaScript. Rust WASM is especially good for processing heavy or low-level tasks while still working with familiar JS tooling. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. WASM bindgen. Rust JS binding. WASM pack. Build package Rust WASM for JS NPM workflows. Trunk. Bundler dev server for Rust WASM apps. Established in Rust WASM world. WAST bindgen enables high-level interaction between Rust-generated WASM and JavaScript, including strings, JSObject classes, closures, and TypeScript bindings. Bon, I will not cry about my internet. Don't cry. I'm happy that my PC is working, Kayla. Yes, I mean, that's true, Nat. Your PC could be dead right now, right? Your PC could be dead from the lightning strike, you know? Vas-tu, fils de pute? Nat is getting annoyed at an AI. At petit AI. Vas-tu? It's not vas-tu, it's va te faire foutre. Maybe a shorter version that is still understandable is va te faire. You know? But yeah, fils de pute is correct. It's just that there's an L, you know? At fils, F-I-L-S, but you don't pronounce the L. But otherwise, it's pretty good. Fils de pute, perfect insult, Nat. Could be. I'm kind of sad. Yes. Well, more than usual or the same? Why are you sad? Are you sad that for the internet? Va te faire fils de pute. Voilà. Kind of, yeah. It's more like this. Attends. Let me write it to you correctly, okay? Va te faire foutre fils de pute. Voilà. Le foutre, the foutre is optional, even though like people put it there 80% of the time, but sometimes people say va te faire and people understand, you know? A lot of things happening in my house right now. I'm kind of sad and the PC is a big thing to me. Oh, really? Ah, so some things other than your PC is happening? I'm kind of sad and the PC is a big thing to me. To be honest, look like my life is almost all in my PC. I mean, yeah, like most people, you know, most people's life nowadays is in the PC and in the phone, the smartphone. So yeah, true, 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 true. A lot of things happening. Keep your secret, vague poster. Keep your secrets, Nat. The vague post king. Keep your secret, don't worry. There's a lot of things happening, okay? There's just lots of things happening, okay? There's so many things happening right now in my life. It's crazy. Like, I couldn't get it. There's so many things happening. It's crazy. What? So many things. Can you tell us, Nat? What are the things? So many things, you know. It's crazy. I will try to tell you, but there's so many things. But yeah, my PC is the most sadness thing in the moment. Not secret. My mom have depression. This week she's kind of sad because she's very anxious. Ah, okay, yeah, that's sad. So her anxiety is messing her arterial pressure. Ah, okay, wow. I see. Yeah. So yeah, indeed, this is sad. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. She was in the hospital yesterday. Oh, because of her arterial pressure? Ah, yeah, okay. Now she's okay, but some son of a bitch is trying to steal us. Ah, to steal from you? Like with the hospital stuff? You know, 20 years before, my mom went to a club and this guy asked to sign a thing. Oh, really? Whoa. Really? 20 years later? That's crazy. And now 20 years later, they are trying to guilt us to, yeah, to, how do you say that? To, yeah, to not pay the, oh. Oh, yeah, okay. They are trying to um act as if you should have paid. You should have paid, but you haven't paid, so you need to pay 20 years of things now? Oh, yeah, that's crazy. We are suing this company. Oh, yeah, I can understand. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, I mean, like, suing is not for the faint of heart, you know, it's actually, yeah. I actually had the, like, well, it was not a uber crazy case, right? But it was like a family thing, you know, a lawsuit, and yeah, it's you know, it makes it takes a toll on your mindset, you know, because it's a heavy procedure to sue someone. Yeah, Brazil has some laws that make you not pay dues if you have more than 5 years without using the service, without connections, and blah blah blah. And we have that, but the judge is asking for a testimonial. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so now you will have to write lots of things, right? And yeah, and the only testimony that we have was an old lady who is dead with 110 years. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, suing is yeah, it's a heavy process. It's very tiring, yeah. So I can understand. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. We have nothing to do against this company, but they are fucking us for, yeah, for nothing. Yeah. Yeah, they just, yeah, sue you just because they think they can get some money from you. It's crazy. I mean, yeah. I know that, you know, like in big corporations it happens often, right? Like companies will just sue other companies over you know, patents or whatever for, you know, the just to get some money. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's rare that the random people, civilians, you know, like get sued, but yeah, sometimes it happens and it's happening to you now. That sucks. All we have is more like 1,000 other process against this company because they do this with everyone. Ah, yeah, okay. Well, if they do this with everyone, I hope the judge, you know, usually judges don't like these kinds of companies, right? Like especially if they sue, you know, like people who do not are not professionals, you know. I mean, at least I know in France that's the vibe usually. Like I know in France, and I guess it's the same in most countries, including Brazil. In France, because you know I studied law. Basically, when like a professional company sues a non-professional person, that just happened to interact with the company once or twice or whatever, and then they sue the guy, usually the judge punishes the company, you know, because the company has all the expertise advantage. They have all the the lawyers. They have they have all kinds of advantages, and the normal person doesn't have any of that, and they are not an expert, and so like maybe they they did something because they didn't know, or they didn't know how stuff worked, right? And usually the company that sues these kinds of in these kinds of lawsuit loses. They usually lose because like the judges are not going to favor the big powerful against the weak. They are going to to favor the weak, clueless person over the gigantic corporation with like an army of lawyers. Of course. So every website has its complaints. Usually, but I don't know. It's constrained. They seem to be paid to make us guilty. The judge. Really? Oh, like there's corruption? I mean, I don't know about how it would work in Brazil, if it's possible or not. I don't know. But yeah, usually these kinds of companies, they do these kinds of pressures because some people pay, and so they would rather do it anyway, even if they lose the lawsuits, because a bunch of people will pay. It's just that when people go to court, these kinds of companies usually lose, because it's not actually something that is correct to do. It's not it's not acting in good faith. It's like at a disadvantage. Like I remember one of those cases that I studied was like I think it was like I think it was oh yeah, like it was like a company that was selling some randoms but I don't remember like what kind of company, but the company ended up selling to a random guy a painting, for like 200 francs back then, or 200 euros, or like very cheap. I mean, the good price for a random painting. And it turns out, after the fact, like after a few months, it turns out that the painting was actually from a very famous painter, and that the painting was worth like 500,000 euros, like a lot of money. And the guy that bought the painting was not a professional, but probably knew that there was something with this painting that would be interesting or whatever, but he was not like an expert. The company was an expert at that, and they just failed to notice that they might be selling a very expensive painting. And basically the company sued the guy that bought the painting because they say, hey, we were ripped off or whatever. And then the judge said, so in France, no, my dude, you cannot sue this person because you, the big company, were the expert here. You took the expert decision to sell this painting to this random guy that is just an amateur, like collector or whatever. This guy doesn't have any like degree, diploma. He's not working in the art world. He's not, he's not a professional. So that's your failure. He did not rip you off. He just, tried to interact with you and buy his painting from you. And so this is your failure. So not only you're not going to win this lawsuit, but we're going to like ensure that you pay this guy, like all of his jurisdiction fees. And in addition, maybe they paid him like a few €1,000 in addition, just for the psychological impact or whatever. And so basically, the judge said like, no, my dude, not only your company, you deserve the L, but in addition, you're going to give money to the guy. In addition of the law of the monetary loss that you had here. So fuck you and fuck you again. Uh, that's the kind of thing that I remember. And usually, yeah, it happens like that. Like when the civilians don't have any expertise, don't have any, and acted in good faith, basically. Like in a reciprocal business, interaction, without lying, without manipulating or whatever. If it's just like, do you want to buy this? Yes, I would like to buy this. But well, the business is done. Like this is. And in reverse, if it's the reverse though that happens, like if a guy sells his house for way too cheap and the house is bought by like a big company that has some expertise, then the small guy sues the big company, then usually the small guy gets the win because the company took their expertise to take advantage of this random guy, and they failed to be to inform the person of all the stuff. So usually, like, yeah, everything that in all of the courtly interactions, like when you are weak and like in expertise in a domain, and you are also acting in good faith, usually the judge will notice. I hope it's the same in Brazil. No, my dude. What? It's kind of strange. This kind of yeah. I want to read about Wasm. Then I will leave. Wasm by Gen enables high-level interaction to data between Wasm and JavaScript, including stringless objects, classes, closures, TypeScript bindings. Wasm Pack helps build Rust-generated WebAssembly packages from NPM or JS workflow. Why is the music so loud all of a sudden? Okay. Trunk is a Rust WASM app bundler with simple optional configuration, dev server, asset bundling, change detection, and browser reload. Rust WASM app bundler with simple optional configuration, dev server, asset bundling, change detection, and browser reload. Yeah, so all of this to say that do not forget to tell the judge that you did not know, and that you were clueless, and I think it can go in your favor, even though I don't know the legal culture of Brazil. So I don't know how it works. But yes, pretty hard times. Yes, I can understand that it's hard times. Yeah, a lawsuit is never an easy time for anyone. Actually, I can understand. So yeah, I can understand the depression and the artery, the high blood pressure. Yeah, sure. We're a lot of laws to defend ourselves. Well, yeah. The problem is, I don't know. They seem to be paid. Oh, really? That would suck. What can I say? Corrupt, really? Hmm. I mean, like, well, I don't know how it works in Brazil, but like one thing that often confuses people in the French system is that sometimes when there is the interaction between the court, the judge, and the parties, of the lawsuit, uh, each time the parties um bring forward, like memoirs and arguments or whatever, the judge always send them back to the other parties, for the contradictory sequence. And sometimes some people, I mean, including, when we were doing the case studies at university, sometimes even students confuse the arguments that are being put forward by the one party to defend their case. Sometimes they confuse these arguments with what the judge might say, but it's not the case. Like, it's just, you know, the judge will just judge, give like the final court order at the end, usually, but it's here, the judge always have to respond to both parties and send to the other parties the arguments that the other parties, said, so don't take like, and sometimes it can be genuinely confusing, because it's all very like administrative, procedurally, and I mean, I don't know if in Brazil it's the same, but for example in France there is a very specific way of formulating the arguments and the stuff that sometimes can create the confusion, that you think that it's the judge talking, but actually no, it's just the arguments that were sent by the opposition, of you, in the lawsuit, so be careful about that. Like, do not think that the lawyer are working on that. Yeah, exactly. Well, like sometimes they send you the because it's actually, I think in most justice systems in the world, it's a requirement that both parties have to read, the arguments of the others, and sometimes the arguments are formulated at the third person, like, and so if you read it, you have the impression that it's the judge that talks, but no, it's just your adversaries that have written something, you know in like as if they were the judge or whatever, but it's not that. It's just like an argumentation, formulation, basically, in a juristic way, Our lawyer seems kind of confident. He said these guys lose all their case. But that's the main. That's good then. You know. You need to be confident about that then. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah. then if I mean if your lawyers say that, it's because it's true, huh? And to me, that would make sense too. You know, it makes sense that these kinds of companies lose all their court cases because they don't actually make their money in the court cases that they lose. They make the money by suing, by threatening all the people, and there's a bunch of those that pay them, and there's a few percentage that you are that will sue them and they will lose, but you know, overall it's still cash positive for them, I guess. Yeah, so you need to trust in your lawyers, huh? Because your lawyers actually know what's going on. I'm just scared because my mom now is kind of old to be stressed by this, and she's very stressed because now she have a dirty name. I don't know how to say this in English because this motherfucker just put her name in the ground. Yeah, but that's not the case because these guys are just a predatory company. You know, they are a predator. They are just preying on on random people. You know, so it's not like she won't have a dirty name. The company has a dirty name. You know, but okay. I mean, look, you know, I cannot decide what what your mom dirty name, bad credit. Like do you have like the credit score like in the US or whatever? Is it what she's referring to? Yup. Okay. Yeah, okay then. Yeah, okay. I see. I understand. It's called Serasa. Serasa. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that sucks then. Yeah, I see. Yeah, okay, then I understand. Yeah, yeah, because in the US stuff like that, yeah, it can hurt your credit score. In Brazil too. That's why the company that handle the credit lines aspect in Brazil. Yeah, okay, I see. I see. I see. Yeah. Well, good luck. You know, courage. It's a score that goes to 0 and 100, I guess. Yeah, okay. From 0 to 100. Okay. 1,000. Now, because of this guy, my 500. Okay. But maybe the judge can order the credit score to be raised again after, no? Because like if the impact is, you know, because the judge job is to redress the, you know, to like recreate the original conditions before the bad thing happened, you know? So maybe the judge can order like a re-raise of the credit score after at the end of the case. No, it's another sector in Brazil. I mean, I guess we wanted to call the central bank where I work. Yeah, but I work in central bank. By the way, I work in central bank. Oh, really? Wow. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know, like, I mean, I'm not sure if you, I guess if your lawyers are used to this, they will ask that. But if they don't, if they are not used to it, you need to ask your lawyers to ask the judge to cancel the diminishment of your mom's credit score at the end of the case, and I think the judge can do that, because especially like the judge's role is to to like cancel the to how can I to heal like the bad act that has been done like. And so you can give money to like for the psychological impact or whatever. You can pay the court's fees, but you can also like, or maybe the judge can like emit like, I don't know, something official, like a recommendation or something, or maybe you at the end of the case you can send, because I'm not sure how the interactions between the justice system and the private sector work in Brazil, but I guess that maybe at the end of the case you can just send the court order in your favor to to Serasa and tell them like, hey, get it back up, like it's it's been judged, this company didn't have the right to do that and to lower my score, you know yeah, I understand, but I guess we need to treat this in other sector, another sector. I okay, I don't know what it means, but another sector. Other sector, yeah. Like, what do you mean by sector? Is this a jurisdiction sector, an administrative sector, like a Serasa sector? Which sector are you talking about? The judge would give us a sentence, yeah. Then we take the sentence to the bank of Serasa. Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, it would make sense, right? To me, I guess that's what you should do, yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah. Yeah. So in the end, it can go well. It can, it can be the damage can be repaired, maybe. But again, I don't know about how it works. You cross-platform web, desktop, mobile, full stack, Rust UI. What the hell? What the fuck is that? Dioxus. Leptos is full stack web framework. Its book starts with browser rendered apps and builds towards server-side rendering and hydration. Svelte solid, but Rust, it has fine reactivity in the full stack ambitions. Rust frontend is still much more niche than Svelte React. Mobile times, browser binding, Dioxus. Rust framework for full stack web desktop mobile apps from one code base. What the fuck? With live hot reloading and server functions. We care about cross-platform Rust UI. Web plus desktop plus mobile. Really? Downside, ambitious frameworks can be moving targets. Wait, I'm interested now. Wait a minute. I need to check something. Compare Tori and Dioxus. I'm wondering because Tori has had a lot of problems lately. Is it what is it about Dioxus? How to articulate? I mean, the front end. Well, the front end is the front end. The back end. Back end is the back end. Well, in any case, we need to wait. Well, yeah, it's long. By the way, do you have this law in France too? Like, do you know that we can't become rich using litigation? Well, I'm not sure if this is like a law, but yeah, usually, I mean, basically the one thing that I noticed in my law studies that I wasn't aware before is that in anything involving the justice system and making lawsuits, being in good faith is actually very important to have a favorable outcome in a lawsuit, you know, in a judge court order. Because if basically, like, if the judge notices that you do not actually create the lawsuit because you have been hurt and that you are, you were treated unfairly or whatever. If the judge noticed that it's not this, but you are actually doing the lawsuit because you are a predatory company or a predatory individual, maybe, that just wants to go in court to get some money extracted from others, if the judge notices that in the way that you act, in the way that you behave, in your history or whatever, usually the judge will rule against you. Like, being in good faith is actually very, very important. You cannot just use the laws in a manipulative, predatory way. Like, this is actually not tolerated in France and in the in the justice like culture in the in France. And that's why most companies who try to sue random people that they interacted with once usually lose. And the random people that just got sued by a big ass company, they win because, like, the judge is like, no, no, no. That's not how it works, Like, you actually need to be treated unfairly by someone or something, but like in a really unfair way, like a big company that does some business trade that it regrets after, even though they are the expert. Yeah, they can't just go in go in court and win against someone who is clueless, stuff like that. So yeah, it's a bit like that. I guess we also have like and it's the same with the patent trolls, like the companies that just fill out patents just for the sake of getting some money out. But there is also, you know, it's always about the good faith, basically. And the good faith and the, like, is it something that was like planned in advance, or did the lawsuit happen in a purely reactive manner? Like, if a company creates a patent because they want to protect an invention or something, and then another company randomly does it anyway without the patent, well, this is legitimate, so the company that made the patent first will win the court case or whatever. But let's say there is a company that maybe see they don't have a patent, they see their competitors product or whatever, and they actually manage to create a patent that is just specifically the next version of a product that their competitor is actually trying to create. And it can be proven that they didn't want to actually just protect an invention, but what they wanted to do is just trap this other competitor, like this is the kind of setup trap lawsuits that the judge really don't like, and will usually rule against the company that behaves like that, So yeah, in France we have this culture, I guess. So the money that you can receive from a sue is based on your salary, which means that if the guy that you are, if the guy that are suing you, if the guy that are suing you can ask like 200 million thousand if he's rich. Really? No, we don't have that at all. If you sue the same guy, you can only ask for like $5,000. Really? No, we don't have this at all. No. In France, the amount that you can ask only depends on the damage that has been done to you, or to your company, and it's just proportionate to the damage. So you can, the damage can be psychological, it can be monetary, but yeah, it's just in accordance to the facts of the material facts of the case. So yeah, so okay, I you see, when I explained it to you, I explained to you something else, because this is not what I had in mind at all. Interesting. Okay. No, so yeah, no, we don't have this law. Anybody can ask for any amount if they deserve it, like if they were hurt in an appropriate way, like if they were hurt to the extent of that this amount is objectively appropriate, basically. Yeah. Deoxys is a UI framework, so the comparison Electron alternative is better if you want to use Deoxys if you want to write the UI itself in Rust. Oh wow. React Svelte. Oh, we can already make a full front end in Rust today? Important gotcha. Deoxys tester also uses the system web view today. It says Deoxys tester is the same web view. Really small. I'll be on top of. No. Does not automatically solve that. Yeah, using a web frontend with native app logic in Rust, Swift Kotlin when needed. System web view dependency. Next is messy. Web, desktop, mobile, full stack from our one Rust code base. That's crazy. The project itself describes it as a full stack cross-platform app framework for Rust. The Deoxys code looks more like React solid Svelte style component UI, but written in Rust. It's crazy, dude. Oh la la, that's front-end Rust. Oh my god. Front-end Rust. What the hell? On click, mais oui. On click move. Whoa. But I guess there must be so little libraries to do anything with this. Wow, you can do this in Java too. I never see you excited because of that. Yes, yes, you're right, Nat. Wow, Java. Very exciting. You see, look, I'm excited too about Java. Java, very exciting. Very exciting. High-level Rust app framework story. Hot patching Rust code. Deoxys native stack server. Functions around Axum. Full stack server function around Axum. WASM code splitting stores. Damn. WebView based. Virtual DOM. Oh, there is a virtual DOM. The Deoxys desktop. The Deoxys is not Electron, but it's also not fully native widgets. The part that makes Oliver Tree died. Who is Oliver? Ah, yes, I see. Yes, I saw that. Me, I don't remember. Like, I knew his face, but I did not. What did he do again? Oliver Tree. Hey, he's a singer. I'm very excited about this too. Yeah, it's a singer. What was his songs? Famous songs? Helicopter. Ah, two helicopter collided. Ah, sad. Like the big NBA player Kobe Bryant, no? That died also like this. Lots of people die in helicopters, huh? Lots of famous people. I guess it's because the famous people take a lot of helicopters. Blitz, which aims to render HTML CSS using WebGPU instead of relying on the system web view. Damn. The Deoxys project structure docs describe native as an experimental renderer. Well, the app is compiled natively and the UI is rendered using a custom WebGPU double HTML CSS renderer. This is potentially huge because it could reduce the system web view or roulette problem. No WebKit GTK weirdness, no OS WebView version mismatch, more consistent rendering, more Flutter-like control. But it is experimental. I would not bet a production app on Deoxys native Blitz yet unless you enjoy debugging framework internals. Wow. I mean, it's easy to have an accident during helicopter, but two colliding. Ah, yes, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, two helicopters colliding. Yeah, never saw this before. Yeah, yeah, two civilian helicopters colliding. Yeah, that's annoying. I mean, I remember the helicopters colliding from, the Iranian embassy rescue attempt in the 70s in Iran. 1978 or 79. Where like Jimmy Carter got burned because but it was a military operation. That's what I remember. But yeah, planes can collide. It's kind of impossible. You see all the planes in the sky and you're running at 800 kilometers. But the helicopter is lazy, slow. How did this happen? Yeah, I mean, like sometimes in helicopters, stuff happen. I remember there was like, but I think for like Kobe Bryant, maybe the helicopter just went straight into a mountain because it was foggy and there was clouds, and the pilot just I don't know, did I mean, maybe he did look at his instruments, but he did not take into account that as he was moving, the instruments were aiming down, but they were not aiming in front. And so basically when he was getting closer to the mountain, his instrument just, you know, uh, displayed what was under the helicopter. But of course, when you get close to the edge, it goes up quickly, and so boom, he didn't have time to get away, and he crashed into the mountain. I think that's what happened. I mean, it's him or another helicopter crash that I saw. But yeah, like sometimes, sometimes it can happen. Huh? Look, there was this last year. There was this case in the United States. I think it was 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 in the United States.
at New York City or like JFK Kennedy, where there was like either a military or a police helicopter that um collided with a plane that was actually going to land, you know? Crazy stuff happens sometimes, huh? Like, and this is always about, like pilots being overconfident, don't, not, being aware of their environment, you know? Like I remember watching videos about like like air shows, like the air acrobatic plane shows, like at the plane festivals or whatever. And there's so many cases of like professional military trained fighter jet pilots who are doing like a looping or whatever maneuver, and they just miscalculate the height at which they are, where they begin the loop, or they forget that, oh yeah, they needed to do that before, and so they would have been higher or something, and they do the loop and they just crash into the ground because there's not enough distance, and the plane is too, is already in the loop, and they can't do anything, you know and you're like, dude, you train for 10 years and you just randomly forget to be at the correct altitude to do a big ass loop, and you die there. Well, just because maybe the guy like didn't sleep well or had some, I don't know, problems. I think one of the guy, I remember the anecdote. Actually, he was not fully well slept. Like he didn't sleep well the night before because he had a small child to take care, and the child, when they are very small, they don't sleep sometimes. And the guy decided to go on to their show, even though he did not sleep well, and then he made a loop and he died. Voilà. Like unfortunately, yeah, sometimes like people die in very, you know something more happened. Damn, he was so happy in Brazil, doing lots of collabs. I was happy seeing him happy. I don't know anything about this guy, Oliver Tree. I've never like it's. I know his face, but I don't know the music he did or whatever. I don't even remember. Oliver Tree. I feel like a very, very distant friends died. Oh, really? Really? That much? Life goes on. I did see him a lot. I just listened to his song. I feel down in earth. I'm 100 miles away. So. Oh, yeah. I think I've never heard any of his songs ever. Yeah, I know his face. I've seen his face somewhere, but I don't know where. Ah, maybe this one I've heard already. Ah, yeah, okay. Ah, yeah, you were a big fan. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, how did I go past him? Like, I really don't know anything about his songs. That's crazy. Like, I've never heard any of his songs. How is that possible? Oh, wow. Oh. Maybe on Twitch I don't have the right to do that or something. Oh. I have all these songs in my playlist. Really? Big fan. No, but I like it very much. I'm just a fan of God. Wow. See the Alien Boy. Pretty sure that you know this one. Ah, Alien Boy. The most famous? Really? I've never heard this. I mean, it's funny that I know his face, I know his look, but I've never heard any of his songs. It's crazy. But I guess, guess it's the thing. Or maybe like an older one, no? This one maybe? Ah, yeah. So maybe oldest. Yeah, no, but I don't know why, huh? It's weird. Because when I saw the news, I was like, oh yeah, I see who this guy is. And then I'm like, wait a minute, no, I don't actually. Who is this person? I don't know. I mean, I remember his like I remember I remember the style like this, like the weird haircut, the glasses, and the sweatshirt, the stuff, the coat.
That's what I remember. Bon, okay. Whatever. I hope he's good and in the plays well, yeah. Another you dressing your die too, but I had no idea who is the other guy, so he was also very good. He was an Argentinian guy. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen this either. I just want to check Dioxus. The rest platform for building. Tell me how fully featured is Dioxus compared to SvelteKit when it comes to pure front end framework, and how actually good and stable and developed is the cross platform aspect compared to something like Electron. Oh, there's West Post one more response too. Oh, I hate this. Because usually it's almost the same. It's like almost the same, just the phrasing change. Damn, the internet is falling all the time. Really? Oh, wait. Maybe this one is the new one. It's more. There's like some. I don't know. I don't know. Nice to see. Verdict. So now I have twice as many things to read. Great. The access is impressive, not as Valkyrie replacement yet for web first runner. It's based on the pure React, Axiom, full stack, Tory like, yeah. Desktop mobile ambitions. For a pure front-end web app, is still much more mature, ergonomic document. For a Rust first cross-platform app, the access is much more interesting. For desktop cross-platform, the access is not really comparable to Electron in maturity. Electron is the boring production-proven choice. The Axis is a lighter. Rust native. Still changing. Oh yeah, and I wanted also to check for capacitor. Feature completeness. Important difference. The big Axis advantage. Well, I like better this one. For the not every Rust crate will work in web apps because WASM limitation. Because of WASM limitations around native system calls. That matters. With VelvetKit, the browser is a native runtime. With the Access, the browser is a WASM host. You can access the browser API through WASM by Gen, or Glue, or the Access wrappers, but it is not as frictionless as writing TypeScript in a web framework. The Access event documents use eval for running raw JavaScript. Oh yeah. When browser APIs are not exposed ergonomically. So for a pure front end, the access is not naturally better. It is better only if you strongly value Rust. Rust platform. Electron builds Chromes and Node.js that makes apps heavy, but it gives you a stable, consistent rendering target across Windows, macOS, Linux. Electron's own site explicitly says the bundles Chromium builds gives a stable rendering target with new web platform features. The Deoxys desktop uses the system web view, not a bundled Chromium. Doc says the Deoxys desktop apps use the system web view, usually making the final app much smaller, under 5 megabytes. Rust code runs natively, but browser APIs like WebGL, Canvas are not as easy as on the web. While system APIs like file system streaming and WebSockets are accessible through native APIs, that makes Deoxys closer to Tori and to Electron. Yeah. Huge collection, yeah. Electron renderer processes behavior like Chromium web pages. And historically, the renderer could run with Node integration. This was disabled by default. Electron security docs emphasize context isolation sandboxing because mixing browser content and native Node capability is dangerous when misconfigured. Uses system wide view for desktop. Create smaller binaries. Mobile, promising but not Electron level boring. Electron is the desktop only. It is not yet React Native Flutter level boring. It is promising, but I would not bet a commercial mobile app on Deoxys unless the Rust first shot code-based angle is core to the product. The doc says iOS testing requires macOS, Xcode, iOS SDK simulators, Rust iOS toolchains, and an Apple developer account for signing. Yeah. Android setup requires the Android NDK. Environment variable emulator setup and Rust Android targets. Yeah, so this is annoying. For the front, for cross-platform front end, quickly compare Svelte kit plus Electron for desktop plus capacitor for mobile to Deoxys plus Axum. I mean, no, just Deoxys. Just saying, if you want to play something in the next few days, you need to tell me what game before, because now my internet takes some time to be installed. Ah, yes. Yes. I'm not sure what I do in the next few days, so I will confirm. But the games I want to play with you, Nat, is the golf game. Attends, let me open my Steam real quick. The golf game. And the other one that we haven't tried. The golf, yeah. Yeah, the golf game. I want to play the golf game with you. Voilà, Super Battle Golf, yes. This one, maybe we can just test this one next time, you know? And the other one that I had in mind, I don't remember. Pratfall? No, not Pratfall, another one.
Oh yeah, maybe our creators, because now you have it, right? Yes, our creator. Do you have it now? Yeah, our creators, or maybe yeah, yep, because or repo or peak. You know the ones that we already have. Yeah, our creators, because our creators now you have it, right? Did you buy it yet? Ah, you need to buy. Okay. Okay, but if you want to buy, our creators would be cool. Uh, or yeah, or Super Battle Golf. Yeah, I think that's the two that I had in mind. And the other ones that we already have, that maybe there are some updates, you know. I think in the in repo, did they add some new stuff? I don't remember. Maybe Yap they added. Maybe in Pratfall also they added some stuff. I don't. I saw some streamers play. I'm not sure. But yeah, like okay, Super Battle Golf and our creators, the next two. If you need to download, I guess that would be those two. You know. Now these people can talk in repo. Ah yeah, yeah, that's right. Yes, you can earn costume clothes. Ah, okay. I didn't know. Attends, let me look at this. Fast comparison. App reused across desktop. Must make sure web native. Huge JS ecosystem. That's the main thing that's good about Electron, like using a main JavaScript framework, is that there are all these amazing libraries for like animations and stuff like that. But are not on WASM, I think. 3 platform glue, web, Electron desktop, capacitor mobile. Bon, at the same time, bon. Texas. One Rust app framework targeting Rust shared types logic. Smaller desktop apps, younger, less mature ecosystem, more framework risk. Pragmatic web first route. Usually treat SP static frontend, not like a full server renders kit app. Yes, which is perfect for me. Oh, this is perfect. Yes. Perfect. Actually, I hate server-side rendering. I love SPA. By the way, I was talking with Aline this week, and both read books this week. Both of you read books this week. I read Notes from the Underground. What is Notes from the Underground? The easier it is. Ah, that's pretty cool. Ah, yeah, so maybe I should just do that. Yeah, Rust everywhere. I can't use JavaScript. Rust. I mean, the JavaScript ecosystem is so big. It's so big compared to the Rust ecosystem. Of course, there won't be. Attends. The JavaScript ecosystem of libraries, animation for animation in browser processing of all kinds of stuff is so rich. Will I
not be able to easily use those if I opt for Deoxys Rust. Will they not work properly? Both of us. Yeah, but what is Notes from the Underground? I was asking. How do I open a new Notes from Underground? Dostoevsky. Ah, yeah, but we talked about this, no? We talked about this. It's a book, Fyodor Dostoevsky. Yeah. Oh, is this the one that he told you to read because he thought that the guy was like you? Is that this one? I remember this conversation. Yeah, we could call the idiot. I guess about me. Ah, no, it was this one. No, it was another one. This one is the other one. The miserable life of something. Wow. Yeah, and I was shocked because you know, Yannick was telling you, "Oh yeah, Nat, look, this is a book about you know, somebody like you or whatever," and it was like badly interpretable, of course. And he was like, "But I'm sure you, Nat, you need to read." I was like, Yannick, maybe you need to be a bit nicer. I remember this. Works. Was it idiot? Like it was about a guy. Turns out that he was not. Maybe. Are you sure this is it? Is this one? I don't remember. The Life of a Ridiculous Man. Ah. Yeah, I think this is this one. Attends, where is it? Ah, voilà, The Dream of a Ridiculous Man. Voilà, this one. It's this one where Yannick was like, Nat is just like you. And you were like, Sage. And then he was like, Nat, I swear. This is such a great book. You should read it. Sage. Yes, I remember now. It was a few streams ago. And then I tried to say, no, but Nat, Yannick, that's not what he means. He means that, you know, you have hope and... And then Yannick was like, yeah, he's just like you. It's like, shut up. Shut up, Yannick. You are too innocent and naive. It came from a good intention from him, you know? It came from a good intention from him. But yeah, it didn't translate good well. One of the biggest practical reasons not to choose Deoxys. You can use JavaScript libraries from Deoxys, but it is not as effortless as in SvelteKit. Is that the key JS libraries are native citizens. With the access, your app logic is Rust WASM, so JS library become an interop player. The Axis officially supports this. Web compiles to WebAssembly and access web browser API through WASM bindgen. They can work, but they become less easy, less types, less idiomatic. I mean, yeah. And more annoying to maintain. Yeah, because this is now JavaScript, not Rust. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that sucks. That sucks ass, huh? Sucks ass. You are doing, it means that you are doing, voila, like JSAP, Anime.js. That sucks. Use a mount canvas div and let the JSLib own it. 3JS, yes with glue. Good if isolated from the Diaxis DOM. JSAP Anime.js, yes with care. Best when targeting specific elements after mount. After mount, yeah. Yeah. Charting libs. Put chart inside one container initialized from JS. Map box deflets. Mounted div JS own it. Code mirror Monaco. Mirror glue. Even callbacks. Browser API no wrap back access possible. The explicitly said that if you need access to browser APIs not exposed by the access, if you need access to browser APIs not exposed by the access, you can use eval. And if you need to touch the DOM, you should do it after rendering via use effect or use unmounted to get a live element reference. Safest pattern is the access renders a div, chart root, JS library takes over only that div. The access does not mutate its internals. Rust sends data updates to JS. JS sends events back to Rust. That can be perfectly acceptable. What becomes painful? I have a programming question for you. Yes, and I already know the answer for sure. But anyways, I have a project here on my PC I built using PHP. And I transformed it into a desktop app using PHP desktop plus InnoSetup, which made my project very, very heavy, like 1 GB, and I didn't like. Really? 1 GB? That's too much for a desktop app. What do you recommend me to build a desktop project? PHP. 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 Well, for PHP, I don't know how it would work for the desktop. Because with PHP, it's all server rendered, right? Like 1 GB, there's something wrong. Like, what do you use for the front end? Do you use Vue? Do you use Vue or something for the front end? My project have like 100 megabytes, maybe less. Well, yeah, so there's something wrong. What does PHP desktop do? Is it just an Electron wrapper or something like how does it do that? PHP desktop. Develop GUI application using PHP, HTML5, JavaScript, and SQLite. This project, the native desktop GUI application using web technologies such as PHP, HTML5. Electron for PHP. Ah, yeah.
What do you do with the PHP? Is it the backend or is it the front end? Because I'm confused. Do you use JavaScript inside this app? Question. Do you use JavaScript inside this app? You use both PHP and JavaScript? For the backend or for the front end or for both? There is PHP in front, in the back, and HTML and JS and SQLite. Okay. PHP web apps and PHP CLI2 to desktop application with little effort. Development workflow you are used to work correct. There is no new framework. The process of turning an existing website to this application. PHP to exe. This Visual Chrome for Mac. Well, the fact that you use PHP makes me completely I don't know. If you used something else, I could tell you, but here I mean, if you want to do something on the desktop for the front end, the most like stable thing to do is to use Electron. But Electron apps can be heavy too. Less heavy than 1 gigabyte though. It's a very, very simple project. But how can your very, very simple project be 100 megabytes? Nat, I don't understand. If your website is 100 megabytes, it's not a simple project, you know? A simple project is like, I don't know, 1 megabytes, 2 megabytes. Like the code base, I mean, right? Or maybe you just need to compress the images or something? Maybe it's a lot of uncompressed images? What's going on? But I need the JS to consume the markdown stuff. But I don't think about the PHP. I need to rebuild anyway, because the PHP does 800 megabytes. Then I need to compress my project inside the PHP desktop. Ah yeah, the base PHP desktop is 800 megabytes? Oh yeah. The output executable. The output exe. It is also 1 gigabyte? The output exe .exe on Windows or whatever, it's 1 gigabyte. The output that you execute, the executable. It is 1 gigabyte? No. How big it is then? Is it then? Because if the framework or whatever is big, well, we don't care, right? It's what matters is the executable, the output, right? You know, the same way like maybe VS Code, but it's not, but you know, like Visual Studio, for example, you know, on Windows. Visual Studio is a very big app, but if the output, you know, if the executable, if the application, the instead of the application is not that, it's lighter, it's okay then, you know. So I'm confused. This is my project in desktop mode. That's the memory. What is this? The size on the disk, or what is this? From which app did you take this? Task Manager or is it the file? the size. So this is the output. This is the executable. This is the .exe. Answer me. This is the executable. This is the .exe on Windows, right? Yes. Okay. Yeah, so this is the problem. There is something wrong. There is something wrong. Yes, I have delay, sorry. Yeah, no, don't worry. Yeah, so something is wrong. You are right. My internet kind of sucks, but I know. I know. So let me tell you. Something is wrong. Your app shouldn't be 800 megabytes or 600 megabytes. Something is deeply wrong. Either something is misconfigured or this is just weird. I don't know. But my answer would be try Electron. If you want to do something on the desktop, try Electron. You know, Electron is just like a normal website. It's just that it's embedded inside the desktop application, you know? Just try Electron. Electron is the standard to make a desktop app nowadays, cross-platform, you know? Voilà, this. And you only use voilà, web technology, so you can use Vue, you can use PHP on the back end if you want. But yeah, I mean, you know? Don't use, I mean, if you want true cross-platform, Electron is the best now because there was another project, I mean, there is still another project called Tori that's aimed at being also cross-platform, but now they are actually relying on like some WebKit stuff that are diverging from all the OS, and so it makes the app not that cross-platform anymore. So now, you know, like for example, the maintainers of Tori have officially announced that they do not recommend people to build with Tori for Linux because the WebKit layer on which they rely the Tori app to function cross-platform on Linux, it's completely fucked up now. You know, so Tori aimed at being cross-platform, but it's not. The only true old boring thing that's truly cross-platform and stable is Electron nowadays. You know, and Electron is very like you know, old and battle tested at this point, so it just works. You know, the app size is a bit bigger than compared to the Tori, but it won't be 800 megabytes. Huh? It shouldn't be. It's just that Electron ships with a little Chromium browser inside, and it renders your app as a web view. You know, but you know that's what VS Code is. That's what you know, Cursor is. That's what Notion is on the desktop apps. It's all Electron. Then PHP and Electron we uses Chromium. It's a fake desktop. Yes, but that's only how you get cross-platform. If you want to create a true native desktop app for Windows, well, you will only be able to do that for Windows, and you will have to get into, you know, .NET, you know, the Windows specific platforms, you know, like frameworks and stuff. Maybe I need to compress something. It's my first time doing it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you should do because I don't know your specific PHP desktop. Especially, I don't know PHP at all, so I don't know. Java doesn't have this problem. I mean, if you want to do something only for Windows and you don't need Linux and Mac, maybe use Java to do a desktop app, you know? Maybe, you know, you use a Spring, you can use Spring Boot or something. It's also possible. I can build everything using Java. Yeah, I mean, you know, if your objective is just to create something, Java is cross-platform. Really, Spring Boot is cross-platform. Really? Everything in Java is cross-platform. Relative absolute path. Okay. Is Electrobahn any good for cross-platform desktop apps? Electrobahn? I've never heard of that. Attends, let me ask. Let me ask something. Is Java Spring Boot cross-platform? You do need to have the JVM installed, no? Do you compile with Java? I don't remember. Yeah, you do have the JVM. As long as the target machine has a compatible Java runtime, the app runs. Native OS integration can break portability. Java works on 886 RM, no somebody may not. VM if you compile a Spring Boot. Attends, Electrobahn. What is that? Electrobahn. Build ultra-fast, tiny cross-platform desktop app with TypeScript. Solution in a box for building, updating, and shipping ultra-fast, tiny cross-platform desktop application written in TypeScript. Under the hood, it uses Bun to execute the main process and to bundle WebView TypeScript and has native bindings in Objective-C, C++, and several core parts written in Zig. You use it via NPM. Project goals. Write TypeScript for the main process and web views without having to think about it. Isolation between main and web view. Well, I guess this is a young project 2 years ago. Yeah. 12,000 stars, huh? Electrobahn. I mean, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, and so for Spring Boot, attends. Because Windows have the counter bar. Damn, petit so outdated. This is your programmer, guys. You just need to use the JDK, then you can install anything, petit. Yes, I guess. But then at the same time, you can also say the same for Python, right? Python runs everywhere if you have Python installed. So I guess this is the same, you know, same argument. You know, like Rust being cross-platform is actually real because you ship a binary that can execute, you know, whatever the OS, or you just need to target a platform, right? Python sucks is cringe. Java sucks, it's cringe. Voilà. That's right. Not the same argument. It's cringe. No, it's Java that's cringe. Java is old and cringe. What's cringe about Python? Well, he's joking also, but yeah. Java equal real macho. Python is for kids. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's Java's cross-platform. Now let me ask. Is Python cross-platform in the same way? Almost? Yes! What do you say about that, Nat? What do you say about that? What do you say about that, Nana? Python is just a cross platform of Java. That's rude. With a slightly more friction. No, we don't see this part. In a broad sense, yes, in a broad sense, it's very cross-platform. But you used to program in Java. No, this is false. I never programmed in Java. So everything about Python now is cringe. Search C#. I realize, lol. C# is cross-platform. Read again, bitch. What? What? I read what? Search C#. What about C#? I mean, yeah, it's like every language that is not compiled is C# is not compiled, right? Wait, but no, even the non-compiled, like every. Sorry. What am I saying? It's too late, okay? I need to go to bed. It's just that the real cross-platform aspect .NET Server apps running on Windows, Linux, macOS. Yeah, okay. I'm talking about like the UI. Voilà, the desktop UI is not uniformly cross-platform. Backend, CLI, API services, great, yeah. That part when I said worse than Java, Python sucks. This is what I think everything is cross-platform if you compile. I mean, yeah, that's right. It's bon. You can even make Python into an executable, you know, if you want. It's just that it will include it will include Python inside the binary. That's all, you know. So it will make it bigger, but it's possible. So everything can be cross-platform in a way. It's just that what do you act like? What do you need? Do you just double click and it works, or do you just double click and then it says, "Oops, this and that is not installed. Please install." No. Or do you double click into a big ass binary, and then it can work, but the binary is a big fat? Do you want a fat? And also like how many versions of the code base do you want, you know? Yeah, not cross platform. Oh la la, this is such a... You know, and I understand why people just use Electron.
Because instead of voilà, getting Spring Boot and .NET and ASP.NET Core and whatever, okay, I'll just use JavaScript and you know, and Electron and voila, it will work. Using Django, well, Django is for the server side. It's not for the. I'm wondering about the front end. You know, I'm wondering about the front end. Like I would like a cross-platform front end framework. You know, I don't need multi-platform. I just need for Windows. I guess I'll use Electron. I need to redo everything. We just make a web page because I can't my job have very trick archives. I work in central bank, by the way. Yeah. 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 But you know, like the fact that like 800 megabytes, it's it's weird. Come on. Like, that's not like some things are weird, you know? Like maybe you need to inspect like, the project to see where those big ass files come from. Because if you have like 10,000 lines of codes, that does not weigh 100 megabytes, huh? Oh wow. Congrats on the 70 stream streak, Nat. Wow. Damn. Oh, hey, I need to go to bed. I actually need to go to bed for real. I'm trying to get to bed early, which is now 2 a.m. So I'm actually late already to go to bed. The full text index in SQLite kind of sucks. Full text index? Full text index? Why would you use that? Just use a regular index, no? Thanks for the stream. Nice meeting you. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm tired. What did I want to say here? Thank you for being here, and nice to meet you too, Anidunia. And the full text index I used to search better. Yes, yeah. I think SQLite has some quirks. Like you cannot. It's small and cool and it's a file, but it's not Postgres, huh? So yeah, there are some limits on some features in SQLite. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I would not be surprised. Yeah, there are some quirks, but I guess maybe you can tune it. Like there are some flags and features to enable to make it like faster or optimize things. But you need to actually search it. I can search things using scores and blah blah. Yeah, it's very light, but sucks. It's more constrained than it's more constrained than a full-fledged database server like MySQL or Postgres. Yeah, for sure. But for 80% of the, especially if you have like a CRUD app, it's enough, huh? It's enough. If you have some very specific stuff like full text search, like something like Elasticsearch or something, maybe. I don't know. Like, yeah, some search stuff. Yeah, maybe, but then maybe you can offload that to a specific service, something. I don't know. Maybe with Redis or, I don't know. I guess I will use SQLite, maybe. I'll test again use SQL. Yeah. I mean, yeah, maybe. I don't know much. I've not looked into search yet much. So I don't know. I just know there's a big company founded by French guys, Algolia, that like made a lot of cool stuff for the search. But I don't know much. Voilà. Bon, allez, I will leave now. See you. Bye bye. See you, see you, see you. See you later. Yeah, I'm not sure about the streams of this week. The next streams, I'm not sure. Thursday and Saturday. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see all that. I will warn you. I will tell you. See you. Bonne nuit. Bonne nuit. Bye bye.